No, I think the music is going to cut out before the timer's done. I'm still going to turn it down. Started the next song already. It was so close. Anyway, hello, 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 and welcome to another One Lion of Code. I am One Lion. Ad break is over. Welcome in. Happy Monday. Greeting you all with the highest and best and most goodest love and light, should you choose to accept it. Today we're going to do something I hope is fun. But first of all, hello, Dukasoft. I hope you're having a great day. I mean, software development is just fun for me in general, so every day that we get to do software development is fun for me. But specifically, we're going to do something different than the data import utility we've been working on for what feels like ever. And we are running into a lot of situations where we're getting new employees, and those new employees need accesses to various systems. And I've already set up in the past a user management tool for myself to be able to just grant access to users and stuff, create users, grant access to them. They go in and they can self-register, provided they are on one of the valid domains, and it will send an email to their email address that they're registering with, and they'll get that whole flow process where they confirm their email, set up their password, all of that fun stuff. However, we still have a few applications. Actually, I think it's only one now, and who knows when we're going to finally be able to get back to it to turn it into a web app, but we have one application that uses a SQL login. I know. So what I would like to do is modify at least one of the application's login screens or register screens, or both actually, the register and login logic, for a user to be able to register, and that will create for them a SQL login, because otherwise the issue that's happening is that what is happening? In order for them to have a SQL login, I need to create a SQL account, a user account in Microsoft SQL on our server, and have them set their password up, because I don't want to know their password. So what I would do is, actually, can that be done through the application? Can they reset their, like if I set a well, yeah, there's another issue with that. I was going to say, if I set a default password for them, however I do it, Nerd Herder's like, yes, you can do that, but it sounds ugly. So I could have set the default password for them, and then the next time that they try to log into this desktop application, it'll prompt them to reset their password. The thing is that I have not been using the password expirations on the SQL logins for convenience, not for safety. I know that that's bad practice. We are getting away from SQL logins anyway, so we'll fix that when we move the application over to Blazor. But for now, what I think I want to do is, in the registration part of the application, if they register with a valid email address and they set their password, it will also create a SQL login with that password. No permissions to anything, but it'll still create it in case they need access to S-Track specifically. If they need access to S-Track, then I will manually go in. Actually, we should update the user management application at that point to, when we say give them permissions for S-Track, give them the actual SQL database roles for read and then write to the specific tables, which would have been stored procedures that they only have execute access to. But I mean, again, we're almost done with that application being able to access SQL directly instead of through a service account, or I guess being able to access it through a user account and moving it over to the service account. So that's going to be fun. Do these users all share the same permissions? No. Maybe. Like in some of the apps they don't, but maybe in S-Track they would all have the same user permissions, yes. Because S-Track is the actual system that we use for, here are our list of samples that we're getting ready to send to the lab. Create the order request. So like purchase a do analyses on these samples for us. So that's what that system is for. Tracking that we are purchasing, doing the request to purchase the analyses to be done on the samples, and then when they get returned, logging that we have received the samples and stuff. Seems like maybe using some type of proxy account. I kind of wanted that, but like the thing that was just a little bit worse to me than having a SQL user account is having a shared password proxy account. Unless you're saying something more like they still log in with their ASP.NET Core Identity login, and then the application just runs using the proxy account. But then if the application runs using the proxy account that way, we'd have to store the username and password on the application. And it's a desktop app, and I don't plan on making any more changes to the desktop application itself, because that requires installing it on every single machine for the people that need it. Yeah. What I did with DDMS while it was still a desktop app was I created the API backend, and I used OAuth to do all of the logins so we could use the ASP.NET identity. But this app doesn't have an API, nor a method for calling the API. But it's a pretty small application, and we should be able to convert it over. We'll put it inside of the chain of custody application as one of the workflows. But while it's a desktop app and these two new employees need access to it, I just kind of want to update it so that they get a SQL login created. So let's go over to the desktop. But I am open to other thoughts and ideas. So being an existing, and I'll get it open because we're going to work, well, we aren't going to work directly in S-Track. We're going to be working in Has-Track. But I'll still open up S-Track. It's going to be kind of touchy because the database connection is in the configuration, and that does get installed with the application. But the thing is that you can't access the database servers anyway unless you're on a whitelisted IP address. No, that's sample app. Nice try. What did I just open now? Thank you. I opened the picker. Are those users all employees? Yes. Yes. All Navarro employees only. And there are only 3. There are only 3 at the moment, but we've already had one of the employees leave and then hired them during the process. Like, I've already started converting S-Track over to a Blazor app and pulling it into the chain of custody application. But then we got sidetracked with this data import utility, and they said prioritize data import utility, then pick up on whatever the next thing is. So it's still possible that by the time that we get to finishing S-Track, the S-Track conversion, which is, here we are, original one forms. Windows AD. I don't know what they use for their logins. But again, that would require updating the project and deploying a new version, and Yeah, so there's app config. I'm sure one of these is the SQL Server. Yeah, right here. So here's the SQL Server connection string. Thank you, um, Nodox, for blocking that out. 2x's. Automated round. Thank you. Wait, Dukabot's the one that answered. I could have sworn. Anyway, shout out to Thindle. He's the one that created Nodox. Yeah, he called it don't dox yourself, but I thought that I made a command that was no dox. It used, like, originally it was no dox, and then he spelled it out to don't dox yourself. But even if you look for the extension now, you can type no dox and find it, because that was the original name. Logo though, it was very clever. I like it. But if you don't know, Thindle streams on Tuesdays, and he's been adding a few days. One for his, like, Tuesdays, I think, are now his client project, now that he has authorization to stream his client project. And then another day in the week, it looks like it's been Wednesdays for his personal project, an e-commerce application. I think it's a personal project, but you know what I mean. Okay, so here's the deal. The setup project was hard enough to get up and running when I was on the actual work computer. And now that I'm on this computer, it's like, I don't even know if I want to try to get the setup project to work again. It shouldn't be too difficult, I hope. I should just need the extension installer project. It is installed, or it is added. Why are you incompatible then? I just don't want to have to deal with updating versions and redeploying, because it was, yeah, I don't go to the site anymore at all, and they had trouble installing the application to begin with. So I'm going to affect the thing that I know that I can affect, which is HasTrack and the login process for the register and login process. I guess before I do that, the things that I need to know are, if I have a user login using their ASP.NET Identity credentials, can I turn around and use that to create a new user in code, a new database user in C# with that password? And I think the answer is yes. I think I tried this before. In fact, I think it's part of this application where when you log in, it does some kind of check to see if it is in the ASP.NET Core Identity, which would have been the regular ASP.NET Core Identity table. Look at this beautiful VB. My laptop slipped off the couch and landed right on the power cable. No! So NerdHerder is saying my laptop slipped off the couch, landed right on the power cable where the power cable inserts to the laptop, and broke the receptacle internally. That happened to one of my old laptops. I took it apart yesterday, and whoo boy, is it going to be a pain to repair. Yeah, wouldn't you need like an entirely new... Well, I don't know. I don't know much about hardware, but the It depends on how it's all arranged anyway. Yeah. I just remember what mine looked like, and I it's still in that room over there, and it still has the issue. And of course, it's old enough where the battery is no longer charging anyway, so it always needed to be plugged in. And I've even purchased a new battery for it before, and that thing went from able to be fully charged to only holding 20% charge in like a month. Oh, the mobile studio. Don't mind the slurring. I'm just a little bit tired with this time change. The mobile studio has USB-C power adapter plugin, and that one same thing or similar thing happened. It was more my fault where I was getting up and my foot caught on the power cable and pulled it side twisted it, and then I broke the USB-C connector. I was sad. And this is the same one. I'm sure you were around for this one. This was the same one I used to stream from when I was in the office. And the screen popped out. The actual display was popping out of the casing. But you wait. Oh, okay. I was gonna say you already got it replaced. But no, you said you found the part and was able to get it, as in get the part itself. Okay, where is... That's init connection manager. This is the login. Yeah, and this is so dumb. It saves the password, or it used to save the password to it used to save the password to settings, to my.settings, which is dumb. Jeez, man. What even? Dang it. I really, really don't like going into the WinForms code. Moving on. So we are going to go into HasTrack. I hope. I think. And we're going to update the login and register. Nerdharder is saying, yeah, I remember. And yes, located part should be here tomorrow, replacing battery at the same time. Awesome. Well, I hope you enjoy soldering and the soldering process and have fun with it, that you can get at least some kind of enjoyment out of it and it's not just a pain. I bought two replacement potentiometers and a switch for my bass guitar because we didn't do a very good job initially. Like, I'm pretty sure when I was first doing the soldering of that, I melted the original potentiometer, and it was just I sucked at it. I still do, but I got a little bit better. I now have knowledge of how to use flux, of how to use all of the actual soldering tools and techniques that I'm gonna just pretty much strip out all of the knobs and stuff and then rewire it. Hopefully there is enough wire left from the pickups that is undamaged that I can rewire. Okay, I'm looking for hazard tracking. Hazard tracking. Are you hazard tracking? Oh, back. So, in other news, first of all, how are your weekends? I'm going to tell you about my weekend because something interesting happened. On Saturday, this wasn't the interesting thing, but on Saturday we hung out. just chilled. I was I'll talk about that later because that's fun stuff. My mind is getting reorganized. I'm not going to say the other word. My mind is getting reorganized repeatedly by current technology and all of its capabilities. But I was doing stuff with AI on Saturday for the majority of the day, and I was like, actually, my wife just mentioned in passing that Blade Runner is on Netflix, the one with Harrison Ford, not the more recent one or the not as more recent one. But I was like, yeah, that sounds awesome because I like the music that I'm trying to produce, that I'm trying to create, has the nostalgia feel of Blade Runner type sounds. So I'm like, let's watch it. Let's give me more of a nostalgia boost hit so that I can have that in mind while trying to mess around with music. And I don't know why I just clicked on all those, by the way. That was just what I did. Um, and so anyway, we ended up watching it, loved it. Of course, you know, the overacting and the quirkiness of 80s movies was very present, but it was also amazing. I loved it, loved it the whole way through. So that was fun. That was a very relaxing day, enjoyable times. And then on Sunday, I woke up. I don't usually, I said this in Big Gaming Stream, but I don't usually set alarms on the weekends. I just wake up naturally whenever my body's like, all right, let's wake up. I've gotten enough sleep. I'm caught up. And that's usually between 7:30 a.m. and 8 a.m. And so I open my eyes. The sun is not shining through the window and spraying me with its beautiful rays. And I'm like, all right, cool. So just another normal morning. Or no, it was more like I woke up earlier than usual because the sun is not blasting me in the face. And I turn and I look at my alarm or at my phone and it says that it's 8:30 in the morning. I'm like, man, I must have really been tired. Why is it still so dark? Must be overcast or something. And by so dark, I mean the sun wasn't shining through the window. It was still bright enough outside. So anyway, point is, I get up, get out of my bed, and walk over to the kitchen to do my breakfast routine, watch my morning cartoons. Morning cartoons. Best time ever. Anyway, and I see the microwave and the oven and the Keurig, and they're all like, hey, it's 7:30 a.m. And I'm like, wait, did my phone do the thing where it updated the time and it didn't need to? Because it's done that in the past. I'm like, wait, we're in March. When is daylight savings? And I was just so confused. But definitely found out it was daylight savings that happened, and I'm just out of touch. Cool story, huh? So anyway, my wife was also like, didn't it used to happen in April or something? I kind of remember like recently it was happening in April. So we looked it up and it was like it used to be in April, and then like by 2007 it was either early April or late March, and then by 2019 it was early March. And it was second Sunday in March, I think. And so I was like, this is so confusing. What happened? Is this one of those Berenstain effects? Probably. Anyway, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wow, whop. I mean, whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop. I like it as two words split up like that. Woo, whoop. That's fun. Anyway, hi, Deflex. So, anyway, point is, I was confused. Lost an hour. Didn't really lose it, but you know what I mean. But anyway, because of all the weirdness, we're like, let's just go ahead and do something we don't normally do. And we went out for a mountain drive and went out to middle of the mountains and found a campground there, got out of the car, walked around, touched the earth. It was so weird. So weird being outside. There weren't very many people because it was still kind of chilly. Not super cold, but just kind of chilly. Hi, TBD Gamer. Yes, what Dukasoff said, and he already did the shout out. Dag, yo. So TBD Gamer, if you don't know, is a .NET developer working on 2 apps on Mondays and Fridays. He works on developers.stream on Tuesday through Thursday, except for this week because he's got some other things lined up. He works on a project management and planning application called Liquid Sky, and you can see the description there. But it's pretty much just another way, another approach for looking at how project management and planning should go. I agree with the approach. I think it's worthwhile to do. So don't at him. Don't be like, why aren't you just leaving it for Jira and Azure? No. It is worthwhile. I don't think you are, Dukasoft. TBD is he's really open and receptive to hearing information, but he will challenge it and make it sound like the way that people like us tend to come across is whatever idea you have, we've already thought of it. And no, bad idea. Or we take a couple seconds, think about it, and it's like, no, I'm not going that route because I've determined it's not the right way to go. But that I honestly don't think that is what he does in his head. I think he gives any information, thoughts, ideas a proper thought and consideration, and doesn't dismiss things outright. Sometimes it sounds like it, but I'm pretty sure it's not the case. Not ever the case. Yeah, and there he goes. He's letting you know that he absolutely appreciated the help. I mean, absolutely didn't think you were annoying and appreciated the help. Okay, are you ill now? Oh, from going outside? What's it like? It was refreshing. Plus the mountain drive, like the scenery, and we're in an electric vehicle, so we have no trouble going up steeper hills or taking turns, so it felt very safe, very secure. It wasn't stressful. And then making it to the campground area with the lake was still frozen over, and there like the edges of the lake look like, there's only a thin sheet of ice, but there were people walking out into the middle of the lake to do some ice fishing. And it's like 60 degrees up here, and they're walking out onto a frozen lake. Brave. And a shout out to Big Gamey, who is currently streaming, by the way. Fucks. Why would I do that? Why would I do that? Why would I draw attention to myself when I'm going out there to just be with nature, and I already don't like being around people as it is? Why? Why would you recommend that be something that I do? That me, one lion, does? I feel like you're pretty experienced at yelling. As I get quieter while I start saying these things to you. Oh, that's funny. Okay, Dukasoft just proved your point. Okay, let's work on this change that I'm thinking of doing. This is using one of the original. Maybe I don't want to use. Well, this is the only app that they really have access to. What else did I give them access to? Chain of custody. This would make more sense to do in the chain of custody application, not HasTrack. Even though hazard tracking is the application that they go to in order to register for the first time, Everyone should have access to hazard tracking if they are a Navarro employee, so that they are encouraged to report any safety observations that they make. But the only time that you would ever need access to S-Track is if you're using the chain of custody application, and we are moving S-Track into the chain of custody application when it becomes a web app. So it makes most sense to do it there. Let me just verify that that is the application we give them access to. Users. Oh, do I remember their names? I think you were one of the people. Yes. Yes. Absolutely yes. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to modify chain of custody application so that you can all laugh and point and be like, oh, it says cock. I said it for you. Hope I didn't take your fun away. What did I call the project though? Huh. I don't have it cloned, or I just haven't opened it recently. See, even then, President Not Sure was still able to sneak one in there. A good day. Having a fantastic one. Okay, so we're going to update the chain of custody app. It has already been upgraded to .NET 8, which means it's using the new identity system, or the template that they put in the .NET 8 project. Blazor web app, choosing individual authentication. So this is a great place to do it. This means that all of our identity UI are Blazor components, and they would be in a separate project because I'm planning on sharing the same identity project. And that is called... Wait, what? Are we sure you're .NET 8? This is just the CS project. We should be safe. Remove folders. You shouldn't even be including this directory. So why is that even a thing? But yes, we are .NET 8 for sure. Did I leave the identity in the application then? Because I don't see it. Did I put it directly in the component library? No. Oh, Berto. Am I blind? Yeah, I really don't get what's going on with the file system in these projects suddenly. It's not in shared server either. This would be the only other place that I would have thought I put it. Do I maybe have it in this folder, but not added to the solution? Server identity pages. What's going on? I was not at latest main. Because I probably did all this work on that other computer. Huh. Who needs identity anyway? Everyone can be admin. True. What is up with this? Why? Why? Okay, so we should have another project called RMA chain of custody blazor.identity that has all of our identity UI. And what's up with what is all this stuff? VB WinForms app. I added the WinForms application to... Oh, because wait, why is that in main? This is the me trying to bring the S-Track application into RMA chain of custody. But there is so much wrong with this. Why? What am I doing to myself? What am I doing? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Undo changes. Let's close. Alert, alert, Newtonsoft. You trying to say something to me? If you trying to say something, you need to say it straight. Don't be around. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm joking. Or am I? I have way too many other things to be on. That is not at the forefront of my considerations or concerns. What is going on? Does this branch have anything to do with identity? I honestly don't have a clue why my identity folder, project folder, is empty. And this app is deployed. This app is in production. I feel like not everything I can do easily in Newtonsoft I'm able to do in system.text.json. But maybe that's gotten better. It has gotten better. Some of the things like reusing object references during looping cycles, but it's still not great at deserializing a lot of stuff to its proper type. You almost always have to create a custom, what are they called? Custom converter for converting properties that are interfaces or abstract classes back to the type that you are expecting. But looping, and what's the other one that I use often? Matching camel case to Pascal case automatically. But I think that's been there for a while. STJ, system text JSON. You have to create the converters or Newtonsoft. System.text.json. So I was saying that system.text.json has gotten better. It does allow you to do the loop detection, cycle detection, whatever it's called, cycle detection, and reuse object references instead of recreating the same object every time. But it's not great, from what I can tell so far, it's not great at converting from a base class and keeping the type information, converting from your base class or interface back to the concrete type when you're deserializing. And so you do have to create custom converters. Usually you still get the decorators for stuff like JSON converter or something like that, whatever that attribute is. And you can put that on the property itself and it'll use that custom converter without you needing to configure your system.text.json to do it. However, it still has a lot of quirks and issues. I just want to modify one of these applications. That better be in app settings. Okay, good. Add Armit's identity. Did I already turn it into a NuGet package? I already turned it into a NuGet package, and I was trying to... Did I already finish that work, though? Man, how much have I done? Armit's identity, I think is what I saw it called. All right, first of all, how many branches do I have? Here. One branch. Okay. I didn't fill in my docs, which is not good. But it does look like I have... Okay, so what we're updating is the auth template. And then we're going to update the NuGet package in, and this is the reason that I wanted to have an auth NuGet package slash separate repository, because all of my apps are going to use exactly the same authentication mechanism. Then I am planning on implementing single sign-on. So I should only have to do that in this one application. I just didn't think I already did that. I don't remember doing this. But I mean, it's got my name all over it. Back in September. And do we have pipelines? We have pipelines for it. We have 3 releases. Thank you, Past Self. Still breaking my brain. Okay, so one more project to open. Have I worked on identity on this computer? No. Yes. You're .NET 8. Let's go ahead and bump the version number now. Make sure we're at latest main first. Also, well done identifying your identity solution. Thank you. And we weren't even at latest. Okay, so good thing I did that. Gosh. Now that it's its own project, I am going to create a task for this. Synchronize DB login. DB credentials. Identity. Identity credentials. I bet you it's all still saying that one line is updating these, even though I'm assigning it to automated roams. Okay, new branch, who dis? Task, this. Sync DB cred to ident. Crud. Okay. Now let's go ahead and bump the version. I could have sworn that said 4 earlier. What is happening? Somebody help me. Okay. All right. You win. Don't worry about it. Moving on. So the place that I want to go to, there are 2 places. There is the login that does not have a code behind, because this should just be the typical scaffolding that you get if you create a brand new .NET 8 Blazor web app with individual accounts selected. That's where we're starting from. The only things that I added were some additional things to do during the login, which is make sure it's a user that is registered, and specifically check if they are in the user role of RMA Water. So we need to update that. This needs to be a list of approved roles for the application that you're trying to log into. So in order to do that, I'm going to create a model that is the Armit's Blazor account identity. And we're going to add a property to that thing. So that's role prefix. What I need are minimum roles. So I need a list, or I guess it can be an array because it's going to be set once and never changed. So an array of string that is minimum roles. Does that make sense? That doesn't make sense as a name. The minimum set of roles the user must have in order to log into the application. So with this description, is that enough? Gets or sets the minimum set of roles the user must have in order to log into the application. So that'll be the first thing. That way, in our login, they will be, we'll need to check this for every single role. Check if the user has all of the required roles to access the application. And we should be able to get a inject allow null. And yes, I will turn this into a .NET 9 version soon enough, and we will be using the constructors even in our Blazor components. I do like that as an option, and I think I would prefer that to this inject attribute. But the thing that we want are the I options of Armit's Blazor identity options, which I'm pretty sure we configure, right? Oops, what am I doing? Let's just make sure that that's what is in the extension for setting up server. Add identity with action of options, and we are add singleton. We're not configuring it. We are adding a singleton. Okay. I'm going to go with that for now because I can't think of why I would have chosen to go that route or chosen not to use iOptions instead. So typically the approach is that you would do a services.bind or services.configure.bind, I think. I can't really remember what the syntax is. And I think that has to do with the fact that we aren't trying to allow it to be modifiable after it's set for the first time. Once it's set, it should be set in stone. And it should be available for every session that is running. So one individual Armits Blazor identity options for the application you're using this with. Okay. That makes sense-ish. I still don't know why it's... Yeah, I'm not 100% sure on it. So we have our identity options. And so what we're going to do is verify for each var role in identity options.minimum roles. If the user is missing any of the roles. So here's a decision. Here's a choice, I guess. One thing that I prefer to do, and feel free to share your opinions on what you prefer to do. One thing I prefer to do is accumulate all of the possible routes where this could fail and then present one message back to the user. That said, we are only displaying the user-friendly message that says your account doesn't have permission to the application. Which means that we aren't saying you don't have this role or this role. It doesn't make sense to tell them what roles they don't have. However, it might make sense to log what roles they don't have so that when they tell me that they weren't able to access the app because they got a message that says your account does not have access, then I could go and look in the logs and see for that user what roles they're missing. Community day on a Monday. I'll fix it. Better. Wait, why didn't the title update? I pushed done. Thank you, Tyron. It's so weird. Sometimes when I'm in OBS and I change the title and I push done, it doesn't actually update the stream title. I would have caught it, but I can't read. Yeah, definitely that. But since I want to, like, if I'm the only one that is managing users anyway, then I should know what permissions they need in order to access an app. And I would have access to it. But if it's like, let's say actual help desk, let's say that they are tasked with maintaining the users from now on using the user management app and whatever, then they can at least get a log. And what about the next guy? Exactly. Then they can at least get a log that says username blah, tried to access application, missing these roles, kind of thing. So the whole reason I'm having this, I'm going through this mental exercise is to determine whether I'm just aggregating the missing roles into one message that I can log. And then if that message is not blank, then display this as the error message to the user and log that the login failed and here's why. So this is what I would do if I want to keep track of the roles. So for each role in the minimum roles, check to see if the user is in that role. If they aren't, add it to the list of missing roles. And then if missing roles.count is greater than 0. No, .count. Wait, why suddenly are we back to this not giving me the you should use .count? like Visual Studio was complaining to me whenever I used .any, or actually in the past, whenever I used .count, it said you should use .any. Then more recently, when I used .any, it said you should use .count when it's available. The .count property, not the .count method. You should use .count when it's available. Okay, so the very last thing that we're going to do is send that message to the user. The next guy will also have a laugh at the funny variable names. Don't give them too much. Of course, of course. Okay, so we'll just log, what are you called? Logger? .log. And in fact, where are we getting this logger from? I know that this was, yeah, here you are. This was scaffolded by the project, but we should be using iLogger factory. Because we won't always need the logger, or do we? Yeah, I guess every single path does use the logger, so we may as well just inject the logger. Whatever. Log warning is what I'll do. User does not have required roles in the application. And then the information about them. Wait, isn't there a way to provide the object itself by doing something like user info and then provide user? Maybe I need to make a new anonymous object. I don't. I'm trying to understand how you are intending what you say, Deflux, but it always comes across as I should stop what I'm doing and implement this thing that you're telling me to use. I know you don't mean it that way. Creating a logger is cheap. Yeah, but I mean, I still prefer using Logger Factory when I know I'm not always going to be using the logger unless there's like an exception. Then I create a new logger from the Logger Factory. Napalm says, I'm excited. Near 60 today, going to hit the stream after work. The stream, like river stream, with my fly rod. You're a fly fisher. That's awesome. Helping my mental health big time. I don't know if you heard, but this past weekend, yesterday, my wife and I went out into the mountains and walked around a camp, a lake where there's a campsite. And it was really cool. Not only was the lake frozen over, but there's also a little waterfall. It's like not a big waterfall. It's just one of those, I don't know what you call them. A little thingy that has a flap that you can flip up and down to stop the water from overflowing or increase the amount of overflow that the water goes out. I guess it's a dam. It's just very small. Anyway, so even though the lake was frozen and there's this big layer of ice on top of it, the waterfall was still going down into this stream. It's cool. Would you rather I say crick or creek? As we say in these parts. You can say it however you want. I understand it both ways. Yeah, I read stream the way you did one line. It took me a second to realize there's an outdoor thing. And then Napalm was like laughing at TBD. Would you rather I say creek or crick? As we say in our parts. Very nice. Something about the outdoors is refreshing. Yes, I agree. No disagreements at all there. I want to disagree because I don't want to be known for going outside and enjoying the outdoors. I want to be known as someone who can live indoors forever not see the outside once, or maybe only have windows to see the outside and be content. Because I feel like I could do that. I'm probably lying to myself, but I really, really, really enjoyed being in the mountains. It was such a good feeling, so rejuvenating. I just, uh, I don't want to admit to that for whatever reason. Like, it's shameful for me specifically to like being outdoors like that. Such a weird kid. What's wrong with him? Lying to yourself. I sure am. I don't know why either. There's like, I don't know. The older I get, the more I live for getting away from the desk. Oh, well, yeah, maybe that's the reason. I don't want to be um, logged into, logged into, lumped into a demographic or into a statistic that says, you know, every, because, you know, I'm the type of person that wants to show there are exceptions to rules. So using absolute language like every and all the time and always and never and all that just doesn't make sense to use ever. Um, so I want to prove that like I can be at my desk for days, years without stepping away. Well, I mean, you know, still need to use the bathroom and stuff, but I haven't gotten tired of it. What do I want to do with my spare time? I want to, well, pursue my passions. Right now, my passion is music, but I want to be on a computer. I want to write code. I want to be creative on my computer. Honestly, I am so ready to retire and work on things I want to work on. Yeah. And that's the thing. It's like I go from doing my day job, which I really enjoy doing. I love working in .NET, to the music stuff. Although lately I have been doing some more software development oriented things after my streams, after my 1:30 end of workday stuff. Like last week, I don't think I even opened Fruity Loops, which is kind of annoying, other than Monday, which is kind of annoying because how am I going to get better at it if I don't practice it every day? Me personally, I need to practice all the time. Yeah, which I guess means that I can do it like this. This is fine. This is fine. So I have no idea what that's going to log like, but I'm going to test it out and find out. I used to? Yeah, and that's the thing, like, there's there's the people that will eventually tell to me, oh, you'll get tired of it too. You'll get to that point also. And it's like, it's not guaranteed that I will. It's likely, but it's not guaranteed. So let me prove to you that I will never get to that point, which is dumb on my part. I'm acknowledging it, and oh, it's so tough to face that. Okay, I want to know what this is going to output like. Does that mean that I need a sample app for this to test it out on? I don't want to create a sample app. I think what I'm going to do is connect this project directly to the RMA chain of custody application and test it that way, and then switch it back to the NuGet package. Yeah, okay. So I used to, but it was contributing to burnout for me. But then the nerd in me thinks about all the cool apps I could build to assist in my fishing hobby. Hopefully I read that correctly. Kind of like TBD's video game catalog. So he catalogs all of his physical material video games, and that sounds like a lot of fun. something that he would rather be spending his time on than whatever work stuff they have him doing. But for me, I could work on these apps in my free time, but of course I'm not. Am I checking roles before authenticating them? Yes. So they don't need to be logged in order for me to access User Manager. And here is where I'm doing the actual authentication part. I don't know why I have this here. Why are you here? And oh, because this is if I was going to authenticate them using their email or username, but I am getting their actual user object from User Manager too. Deflex says, I got that new job. Today is week number 2, and I had to stop myself Friday. Like, this can wait till Monday. Oh, because you're having so much fun with it, or you have a lot of excitement around it. Who knows if it's fun or not. That's cool. That's very cool. I am so glad to hear that. And Napalm says, I feel like I'm building the same CRUD solutions over and over again. Realistically, they aren't. Realistically, they aren't all CRUD. But at some point, it does kind of boil down to that, except for a few key niches. Oh gosh, that word. Hopefully I pronounced it the way that most people like hearing it. If not, I'll say niches, but I say niche. Niches. Or says, user, I was told my permissions weren't correct. They fixed that. Now they're saying my password is wrong. Yeah, exactly. Oh gosh. But that's fine though. A login failure is definitely separate from user access for that login. And yes, that does sound backwards because normally you do authentication then authorization. But the thing is that this username and password is used across multiple applications, and it's the exact same password for every application because it's only one user identity for all of the applications. And this is explicitly saying that your account does not have access. Versus user account is locked out now. Invalid login attempt. Yeah. I mean, it is a choice. It is a consideration that I am checking roles before even verifying that the user can log in. It's just I don't want to risk telling the identity system that the user is logged in because this may succeed before checking their roles to see if they have access to the application itself. So unless there is a try sign in without doing the actual sign in, or validate password. Check password sign in. Okay. So thank you, Core. This could be a more robust way of doing this. So we first verify that the user, that the user exists. Just to be consistent. And 2, if not, sign in test dot succeeded. What are you using for identity? Whatever is scaffolded by .NET 8 Blazor web app, which is, I think, just OAuth. So if we look at the configuration, that would be here. And it is... well, one thing, of course, is adding my identity store, which is SQL Server, DB. Data protection, which I don't even know if I need data protection anymore. This was for identity server. Seems like a good thing to keep. I don't know what all it does. Protect keys with certificate kind of stuff. Where's the actual add identity? Email sender, persist, set application name, data protection. Why am I doing set application name twice? And persist keys to... That looked a little duplicate. Good thing we're reviewing it. Thank you for asking these questions. It's helping me to look through this. I am typically trying to just rush through it to get the minimum done so that I can keep up with the workload. And I do need to slow down. I don't enjoy it. I'm not super duper grateful for it. However, what are you telling me? What is this? I'm good. I'm good. Okay. But yeah, these are definitely things. Like, I don't like getting yanked around in different directions a lot. I'm not good at handling that personally. I freak out pretty easily when there's a lot of stuff coming at me and taking me in different directions. Just so you know. I would look into it, but doesn't use Jot, so that annoys me. Yeah, so because they've switched to a different approach where it is using pretty much backend for front end with this, then they use cookie storage. And for me, that's perfectly fine. I'm hosting on IIS on a single server, so it's not distributed. I don't have to worry about being stateless since I do have a full server. And I think it's going to help me out in the long run for doing the single sign-on stuff for all of the applications. These are fine. Just use it to store the session ID. Oh, to the job itself. Yes, Dukasoft. Did I miss another doc? Okay, the docs for that method say attempts a password sign-in for a user. Attempts a password sign-in. Yeah, so this is where I'm like going into too many different places at the same time and trying to do too many things. But let's read this. Attempts a password sign-in, but it doesn't actually perform the sign-in, does it? Like this says attempts to sign in the specific user and password combination as an asynchronous operation. Well, we'll put a breakpoint in here and see if it actually does do a login. So here's how we're going to do that. Dude. Oh, Does it happen to you that when you try to use the rename refactor, it closes itself? It does this to me often. Like the Roslyn compiler is just constantly running and causing any pop-ups to just stop. Why? Okay, I think it's steady. Good. Okay, so I'm gonna not even reassign, I'm just gonna comment this out for now. Okay, this is how I'm gonna test it. I'm going to only do the check password sign in async. And if that is successful, then we'll redirect. But if it still says that the user doesn't have access to a resource or it tries to redirect them back to the login page, then we know that it didn't do the authentication step. Or we can just look at the code for it and then we can. Okay, so we pre-sign in check user, check password async internally, do the lockout stuff, and I want to know so then we need to go here because this is the one that tells us whether it's keeping the state of whether or not they're logged in. Verify password if succeeded. And then we update the user. I honestly can't just read this. So the cheap way is use user manager and check password. All right, that's what I want. We'll do that. User manager, check password. And all right. And you give me a bool back. Bool back. I'll rename this so that I can go back down here and uncomment this and not have to worry about changing variable names again, because who knows how long it'll take before it lets me. Okay, so we do the password check. May as well make that the very first thing. Actually, no. This matters to me first. The reason that I'm doing this check first is because I want the user to be able to sign in with either username or email address. So what this does is it tries to find the user by their username. Like if they typed in their username first, then it'll find the user because their username is different than their email address for this system. Then if it can't find them, it'll try finding them using what they typed in as their email address. Then if it still can't find them, then it'll just say invalid login attempt. And since we are already doing this, we may as well log warning. User not found. Attempted login. User not found. Attempted login for. Oh man, no, what did I do? Attempted login for User not found. All right, that's better. Okay. So yes. So now we don't have to worry about whether or not they're getting logged in multiple times. We are just going to get the actual user itself from the user manager, then try the password login without doing any actual authentication stuff, just verifying that they're using the correct password. If that fails, then we tell them bad password essentially. But we aren't telling them what part of the login failed. We just say invalid login attempt. And we're doing that regardless of whether it couldn't find the user or it was the incorrect password. That way the user knows that they are providing some kind of incorrect credentials. But if it's a malicious attacker that's just trying to go through and find all of the valid usernames potentially, then they aren't going to be able to tell whether it was the username or the password that was incorrect. Or so we hope. So that's one small security thing that I'm doing, aside from using Newtonsoft. Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're having a great day. I do not show the names of the people that follow in case you just felt like following and lurking and not getting called out, but you are always welcome to chat and say things and introduce yourself if you feel like it. Otherwise, welcome. I hope you enjoy your time while you're here. So what we're doing currently is we are, for our login attempt, we haven't even gotten to the part that we're trying to implement. For our login attempt, we are getting the user, testing the password, and if either of those fails, then we tell them invalid login attempt. Then we're aggregating the list of roles that they are missing for the given application. The list of roles is configured by the application that's using this library. And if there are any roles that they are missing that the application says you must have at minimum these roles, then we log out for the user, their username, the list of roles that they're missing, and we show them the error they don't have access to the application and how to get access. Then we do the actual sign-in if we made it this far. And if that sign-in succeeds, which it must by this point, because I don't have two-factor set up or installed, which we may eventually. So this would be another test for that. And I don't have lockouts turned on, which is not a good security practice. Yeah, and then we continue from there. So what I need to do is, if the password check works, now that we're using this password check, then I may as well do the password and username and password synchronization for their database account. And this is, again, the part where they need it now, because they have a couple of users that need to get into the application and start using it for an application that uses a SQL login. To do log user in the logout case. I mean, we could do that now. Let's put you here. Again, that's one of those, it's like, let's just jump over here and do that. Input dot email or username. And I don't really know why I'm logged in. Again, this was all templated. I didn't modify it. I didn't think about modifying it all that much, other than adding my username and password, my login using either email address or username. A logic. Okay, so this is going to check if there is a DB SQL user for this user, which is gonna suck because this will only be valid when it's a user name. And thank you so much for the follow. As I mentioned before, I don't show the names in case you just wanted to follow without getting called out or being asked a million questions, but you are absolutely welcome to say hello and introduce yourself. So hello, Dread Breadcrumb. I love the name. I love the emoji. Oh, does that mean that you are a streamer, since that's your own emoji. And if so, what do you stream? I'm going to assume you are a streamer right off the bat. Give you a follow. Eddie says, I don't show the username, calls the username out loud. Correct, because they spoke. Yes. And only because they spoke. I love the Sudokas. Most call me Brett. I'm mostly self-taught C# programmer that likes to explore technologies. I struggle with ADHD and anxiety, which makes streaming challenging. So definitely social anxiety for me, and a lot of issues with just the way that social structures exist and work. But I want to learn from other people, and I want the camaraderie of talking with my peers, you know, which makes streaming challenging, but that's kind of why I do it. I play retro and survival games occasionally as well, and am prone to laugh too loud and confusion. But yes, I stream too. Splash of Code, Splash of Gaming, awesome. So I will most likely, if I see you working on code, I will most likely be lurking on your stream. If I see you gaming, I most likely won't be there. But that's not because I don't like you. It's just because I don't watch game streams. As a matter of preference. Like if you're making a game, that's one thing. But yeah. Oh wait. By this point, I will have their username. I was gonna say that I've been basing everything on input email or username up until this point, but we will have a user by this point, which means that we can get their actual user name and not their email address. And we can check their SQL login based on that username. So that would have been incorrect. The thing to check is I would need a DB context. And I don't think I'm injecting the DB context here. On top of that, I need something that will give me access to the server itself and not just the database. So if I injected, this is probably a really, I mean, it's already a dumb idea to try to get the SQL login synchronized with the identity server login stuff and just allowing people to log in using SQL. Period. Goodness. What is it called? Application identity DB context? Oh wait, I think it was there at the bottom. No. ASP.NET Core Identity DB context. Oh my gosh. All right, I'm moving this to a code behind because I really don't like working in code blocks anymore. Yeah, it would have been application DB context if I kept it the same, but since I created these as the separate projects, Are you building a login from the ground up? I had heard some news about identity server going bye-bye. You are correct about that, about identity server, but what I did was, where do I start? Hold on. DB context factory. Let me finish this thing out and then I will tell you. These are all of the applications that I maintain as part of my job. If we're still logged in. So not all of these are applications, but there's like 9 or 10. I forget how many times we count it. And so they started off as JSP applications. I was tasked when I first got here to move them over to Microsoft Technologies. I chose MVC applications using .NET Framework 4.7 at the time, actually 4.5 for the early ones, then 4.7. And then I eventually went to .NET Core, and then Blazor came out. So then I'm like, let's upgrade them to Blazor. So the majority of them are Blazor applications. There is one desktop application left. It's this S-Track one, and we're converting it to Blazor eventually, but I'm working on something else at the same time. And so all of them use the same identity system. When I converted them to Blazor, Blazor was scaffolded using Identity Server when it was free. Then they're like, we're changing to freemium, where if your company makes more than this amount or you have more than this many clients, and all of these apps are essentially an individual client, so they might have counted towards that. But they are essentially all just one identity server itself. And the company that I was working for at the time definitely made more than the minimum amount, so we would have to pay for licenses and all of that stuff. That said, a lot of the applications are still using Identity Server 4. And need to be updated to .NET 8. So since .NET 8 came out, they had a new... Why are you being weird now? Since .NET 8 came out, their template, they use a new login. No, they use a new login. What's the word I'm looking for? Mechanism. They scaffold out a different login approach. And so what I did is, since I have so many applications, they're all going to get updated to .NET 8. They're all going to use the same login mechanism and logic. Then I'll put whatever they scaffolded for us into its own library, and I'll turn that into a local NuGet package, and all of my applications, as I'm updating them, I'm just going to reference that NuGet package, and I have my identity for that application already done. I just configure a few things on when I'm trying to set up that identity service. Dread Breadcrumb is saying, I tried Duende for a bit, then switched to Keycloak, but that's just been for my own tinkering. Cool. Yeah, I mean, the scaffolded identity that a new Blazor web app with individual authentication is really easy to understand when you look through it, pick it apart, and see how it's doing things. At least in my opinion. It's a lot more simple, straightforward. They do a lot of stuff under the hood that you don't need to worry about unless you're getting into more advanced things, which I don't know what the advanced scenarios are. Maybe using containers, or I don't know what all it handles and doesn't handle well. I only know that it works really, really, really good for ASP.NET applications that are being deployed to IIS, even Kestrel. But I'm not using distributed applications or anything like that. It's pretty easy. Neopom said, they brought back Identity Server 4 as open source, though. I wouldn't recommend it. And then Deflux said, yeah, I was able to get my head around it and then place whole thing into factories since my company has a database per customer. But one website, geez. That was what I was doing last week. One database per customer. That's an interesting approach. I mean, it does kind of free up um, the resources for an individual database. But if they're all on the same server, then is it really that much more? I don't know. I'm not even going to go there. I don't even want to explore that. Okay, so my thoughts currently, though, what I'm trying to do is that one application that I told you is not Blazor yet. It's not even a web app. It's a WinForms application, and the way that it's installed on machines on site, and the application only exists on those machines on site, and that IP address is the only one that has access to be able to log into SQL Server directly. And that's what all of this information is pretty much saying. So this application is a VB.NET WinForms application using .NET Framework 4.8, I think we found out last time. Where are you? There you are. And the thing is, like I converted, 4.7.2. I converted the majority of the applications from JSP to our .NET technology that we chose and kept upgrading them. But 3 of the applications were handled, no, 4. 4 of the applications were handled by someone else. And I've only, gone back. I don't know how to word this without saying it terribly. I've only continued the effort on one of those applications. So we still have Vegemon, which is ASP.NET Framework, .NET Framework. We have RTrack, which is .NET Framework, and that's one that I did, but it's still .NET Framework. STrack, which is WinForms. Oh, and both of these are MVC applications. But then there was water management, which I've already went from WinForms to Blazor, and DDMS, which was massive undertaking. It's a document management system. It's a repository for all of the documents that we've had at our site since, I don't remember what the earliest is. I think we saw something like 1960s, maybe earlier than that even. But we have all of the documents that were ever generated, scanned in, OCR'd, indexed, and searchable. And so DDMS is our document management system that provides that functionality. That was something else. We will go back to DDMS to improve it, but right now, okay, I need to make this decision though. We need to check if there is a SQL user for this identity user. And if there isn't one, we should create one. If the option is set to create SQL user login. So I am going to, actually, before I do that, this is one effort that is completed. So this, oh, it is going to tell me use .count instead of any. It was because I was in a code block and it wasn't going to give me any of the code suggestions in the code block. Versus, what don't you like? Oh, naming of the variable, obviously. Which is finally back. Oh my goodness. We talked about this before, but I'm going to keep being like amazed at how long that one took to get back. So annoying. Okay, so that's updated. So we're gonna do a commit for this. Update to class visibility. Nonsense. Where did that message even come from? What do? We implemented role check and yeah, just role check, because during the implementation of doing the role check, we also moved around how we do the auth check. All right, Napalm, enjoy. Gotta run. Have a good week, guys. I will probably talk to you again. Do your best. Get 100 on your test. And Deflux was like, yeah, this is the question I was asking myself, but it's above my station. This is what they are asking for. Cool. Yeah, run with it. You could have some things in mind that are like, it could be improved by this. I'll implement the thing you're telling me to. However, here is another approach that we could take in the future if we have time, which is WTF, are we doing one database per user when that's not really helpful? Could be the same database with different schemas. It could just be role-based access to rows. But if they say this is how we do it, it's probably so that like one thing that comes to mind is GDPR. Is that what it's called? Where the users can request for their data to be deleted. You just delete the database and all of the user data is gone. That's actually kind of smart if that's what they're using it for. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking of. President not sure. So yes, it is GDPR. That would make that super easy. There's a California law that does the same thing, more or less, but no federal laws in the US. Yeah, so if they're doing it for GDPR and the California law, then man, it's pretty genius. All right, implemented role check. I'm leaving it at that. Moving on. So are we going to do this thing? Are we going to... Is this really what I want to do? So what I was thinking is add a property on our options that is not required. Click bool pasta. We'll rename it to create SQL user if not exists. Dukasoft was saying it's a pain in the to comply with all the privacy laws, and President Nacho was like, you aren't a kidding. So thankfully, like again, my little sphere of influence is very tiny compared to what a lot of you have to deal with, which is one reason that I'm interested in hearing stories that you guys have about your job, about what's going on, because I don't experience them firsthand. Like I was working on an application that was global and used by millions of users before, and I didn't manage too much of the user privacy stuff. The only thing that I had to worry about was making sure the users saw the privacy banner, consented to it before using any of their data, and then there was a backend service for the authentication and authorization stuff that stored all of their stuff. That was a different team that managed that. We just accessed it as our IDP, and that's about it. And then for these apps, they are used exclusively here at the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge. And I know all of our users, it's only a handful of users, maybe 30 at most. And yeah, we don't have to worry about localization, don't have to worry about compliance with national laws. I mean, there's still like 508 compliance that I want to. I think it's 508 that I want to be conscious of, but again, I know all of our users, and I would really love for all of the accessibility considerations to be taken during the application development as well. So President Usher is saying, I did a deep dive a few months ago. What I found at the time was that anonymized data is not subject to privacy law, but I need to reconfirm that to feel comfortable about it. And then the comfortable part is what I'm scared of, says Dukasoft. Yeah. Like, what is considered anonymized? Are there very rigid rules that would make the data anonymized or not? All right. If there is one, then synchronize the SQL password with the identity password. Okay, so these are the 3 steps that I was thinking of doing on successful password check. So the user exists and they are using the correct password. For whatever application needs them to also have a SQL login, I want the logic for this to say create the SQL login, and if it doesn't exist, and if it does exist, then synchronize their identity password that they're currently trying to use, this input.password that they're currently trying to use as the password for that SQL login. So we need to do this step. And in order to do this, yeah, context is fine. Do we have a cancellation token in here by chance? I don't think we have a cancellation token in this. Does anyone know Razor Pages very well? I mean Razor Pages, not Blazor. Yeah, you can get a cancellation. Do you know if you can get a or if you do get a cancellation token within a .c? Wait, I guess this is a .razor page. Oh my gosh, this is a Blazor component. I forgot. Oh my gosh, the changes from the way that they did identity from .NET 7 and before, I'm pretty sure it was .NET 7, might have been .NET 6 and before, was that they would have the identity pages as an ASP.NET Razor Pages app or set of pages, .cshtml pages. And those would have code behinds, or they would have code behinds essentially with the on-get, on-post stuff. And here we're using a .razor component, not a page, which is also a Blazor page, but this is where I don't know whether we get a cancellation token or not. So what I could do is just create my own cancellation token source and manage it that way. Dugasoft is saying, I've made 2 sites with it. Not huge sites though. No idea about cancellation token. Okay, so Razor Pages, you've made 2 sites, but Blazor, I think maybe you were saying? I don't know. I don't know. Oh, nullable. Yeah, so I'm just going to approach this as if it's a Blazor component library, and this is the approach I would have taken. So now I have a cancellation token. But this also means that if the user clicks the login button multiple times, they'll cancel the previous request, which I guess is fine. And then I need to figure out which of these async methods does take a cancellation token. And that is very odd that the user manager one didn't. This one doesn't have any overloads that take a user or that take a cancellation token. Is enroll doesn't have one that takes a cancellation token. What? Identity never uses cancellation token. Oh gosh. Doing my first real site with Blazor at the moment. So happy about that though. I'm glad you get to use it. I hope you have fun with it. I hope it's not stressful. No matter what you do, it's most likely going to be a better experience in using WordPress and or PHP. Yes, I am just throwing around these curse words like they're not vulgar. Because I'm a vulgar guy. Can't you tell? So here's the issue. This DB context is going to be specific to the ASP.NET Core Identity database. And so if we look at our database setup, at least the one that I have locally on this machine, kind of matches. We have ASP.NET Core Identity database that has all of our user information, their roles, and all of that stuff. But I need to go up to the database level to be able to create a new security login. And now you have all of my usernames for my local database, but it doesn't really matter. It's not open to the internet. Our DB ref is context.database. Get DB connections, migrations pending. We can tell if it's SQL Server or not. Yeah, it's almost like I would need to use SQL Client directly. How to create a SQL login in C#. Scott is saying identity never uses cancellation token, only when accessing their tables directly, user manager. Yeah, so wait, you can use the user manager as a DB context? Huh. What? Scott is always teaching me something. question is, does it know that I have the allowed, no, what did I call it? Valid email domains. No. Okay, so it doesn't use my custom entities on the DB context as if I was using the DB context directly. It uses just the interface for IDB identity context thing. The thing that you implement for your identity database. You're trying to switch use for your DB context. No, the thing that I'm trying to do is create a SQL login in very special cases for a user that is logging in using their identity server, identity store login. ASP.NET Core Identity Login. So in order to do that, I need to have access to the database server to create the login, and it would most likely be, and this is really terrible. Don't do this at home, kids. I am just musing right now. So let's say I was using system.data, or is it Microsoft.data? I forget which one we should, or not even should be. I wouldn't use either of these. .SQL client. Let's do Microsoft.data.SQL client. What I would imagine I would have tried in the past before knowing better is to set up my SQL client to be a new SQL connection, and I would get this from configuration. I still should be able to, right? So if I injected an I configuration, is that even a thing I can do? Then this would be configuration get connection string identity ASP. Gosh, it is identity connection. But I would need this to be the connection string that gives me access to the server itself, you know? Open the database. Yeah, and so this would need to be for master. Right? Like I wouldn't just be able to do select name from sys.sql login if I am connected to a specific database, right? Or am I wrong? I could be wrong. I'm allowed to be wrong, and you're allowed to tell me that I'm wrong. Yes. Yes, I can. What? What? And that's not just because I have access to this database. It's because I actually have SQL access, right? Or I mean, it's reading from SQL, not just because security users I'm explicitly given permissions. Here, let's do this. Let's create a random user with password versus. We'll pick a random password. What even is this? Okay. So we create a login with a random password. It says executed successfully, even though it's not telling me one of one, or you know what I mean. If we refresh the database, and we see random user exists now. And we, wait, no. That's, oh yeah, man, gosh, man, brain, keep up. Okay, and we check the users on this table. That user does not explicitly have access to this database. I said table, database. So now if I do that other query and I use random user as the username, then it still finds it. Okay. Okay. Drop user, drop login. Delete. SQL. Delete user login. Drop login. Why was it giving me an error on drop login then? Okay. Food. Do you even know how to computer? Okay. Random user's gone. We've tested. It can do this. So we'll let Copilot keep driving and see where it goes. There's our parameterized query. And we're using parameters, obviously, to help with SQL injection type issues. Execute. Geez, that is a lot of text for this. I mean, a lot of code for this. So this is obviously going to get stuffed in its own method once we're done with this. Okay, so interesting. We should be able to do this. And that's weird that it's using the string interpolation syntax, probably because this is a... Yeah, it's just weird that they're using a string interpolation syntax as opposed to using parameters again. But I believe if you use string interpolation, it still turns it into parameterized SQL. I don't know that for sure. Your XML comments aren't working. They're using Markdown. Do XML comments support Markdown? That would be nice. That'd be very nice. But anyway, I can't tell if it replaces the string interpolation with parameterized SQL. So we're going to update this. Although, isn't it because of the fact that this here cannot be parameterized? The only thing that we can parameterize is the input password. I don't know. I'm going to leave it like this for now. Besides, if we are at this point, we know that the user is a valid user and that the password that they are using is a valid password and not a SQL injection attempt. Okay. We're going with that. Thank you, Copilot. What was that? Are you missing a bang on line 70? Or do I remember wrong? Correct. So I am inverting my if statements like I always do. That was a very good catch. Oh my gosh. It's just like I always said. All right. As I mentioned before, man, you're so good at this. As I mentioned before, I'm going to extract this to its own method, create update or create SQL login. Okay. The only time that we're going to do this is if create SQL user if not exists. And I'm going to do this in both places. This might be repeated code. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you so much for the follow. I will not shout out your name unless you chat in chat, just because if you feel like remaining anonymous, then that is your prerogative, of course. But good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Okay, we're going to do the same check here, where if the option is not set to create the user, then we want to make sure that this doesn't get executed. Right. Nope, 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 nope. Dang it. Okay, so now that I just saw that the check was also in here, it makes me question whether or not I also want to update the SQL password to match the identity password. Right. I'm making the decision that if this, and we're going to rename it, if this is set to false, we are not going to do anything at all with their username, their SQL username and password. But if this is set, then that's we will do either create the new user if it doesn't exist, SQL login if it doesn't exist, or change their password to match the existing password if they do exist. So this is going to be called synchronize SQL user to identity user. Nope, synchronize SQL credentials. User to identity credentials. That is a long name, but it describes exactly what it should be doing. Hopefully it makes sense. All right, check that out. How many characters is this? I'm not proud of it. What's a better name for this then? You know what? I've never used Copilot for this kind of thing. There's another thing on line 63. Okay, I'll check it out. This is why I do my best not to do if not something. Yeah, I think you're right. I think I really should have the positive first and then. Oh, 63. Gosh. It took you like no time to know that. Jeez. I'm gonna ask Copilot to come up with a better name for this property. I mean, I was looking for it, but I'm so blind right now. I get this tunnel vision and blindness. Sure, sync SQL to identity. Oops. To identity credentials works for me. Oh, it's right here. I was looking for it down here. Line 46, 45 characters. I did that on purpose. Deflux was saying, you need to try Visual Studio Code. See, again, I don't need to do anything. But I know what you mean. You should try Visual Studio, or I recommend trying Visual Studio Code Insider Edition with the new Copilot agents. But I don't need to. I'm happy with what I'm using. Can they take over project management for me? I will say, I gave not Copilot, I gave Claude a test this weekend. And it has impressed the padukas out of me. I don't, it's crazy. I hereby order you to do the following or suffer the consequences. It's how it comes across though, Dukazov. I mean, Deflux. Goodness. Why can't I keep my children straight? If you all sat in the same seats every time, it might be easier for me to not get you confused. Snabble's here. Hello, Full Snabble. To Deflux, he says, I still don't understand what agents do. Agents, think of them as individual, highly specialized GPTs, chat GPTs. And what they can do is communicate with each other. So you have a project manager agent that comes up with all of the planning, all of the tasks, all of the definitions for all of the requirements for those tasks. Then you have the designer who says, here's how, the architect, here's how we're going to approach this, here's how we're going to structure things. Then the project manager says, hey, architect, come up with a plan for how to architect this system for this task that needs to be done. And then the architect does it, sends a message back to the project manager and says, here's my plan. And then the project manager says, here's a plan, developer, or the actual implementer, do these things. So agents are essentially just NPCs that can communicate with each other that have very specialized tasks. Okay. President, not sure, saying agents iterate by themselves. Wait, how far did I go? Okay, so President Not Sure said to Deflux, yeah, that's pretty cool. Only issue I tend to hit are rate limits. Definitely that. Oh my gosh, they iterate so fast. I have tried agents before. I've used Private GPT, which allows you to set up agents. That was fun. AI Studio, Azure AI Studio, if I recall, allows you to do agents. I played with that for a little bit. And Snubble says, can they take over project management for me? Yes. If you trust them to, they can. President Not Sure says you ask them to do something and it will make edits and even come up with command line commands and run them and parse the output. Absolutely. Absolutely. Snabbledan said, or book meetings with product owners and message a specification out to them. You can use functions. I always forget what the name of the thing is called, where an AI agent, you tell it that it has access to run these code snippets, essentially, or subroutines and stuff. So anyway, if one of the subroutines that you write for your agent is send an email to product owners and schedule a meeting, then yes, absolutely can do that. Deflex says to Snubble, have you watched The Matrix? Scott says assistants were renamed to agents. And Dukasoft is saying, I order you to do whatever you feel like as long as you follow the law, of course. I still wouldn't order anyone to do that, but I would also say just do whatever you feel like doing, period. Whatever is in the bounds of what you would do naturally, do it. And you feel like doing it. Have you done semantic kernel yet? Man, I have and haven't. I did one example, like a and I'm playing with AI again, and I still haven't gotten around to using semantic kernel, and it looks so, it's exactly what I want to use. I just need to be able to use it and do it. The other issue that's coming up is AWS has been meeting with us and trying to nudge us in the direction of using one of their solutions, one of their AI solutions for document processing and discovery, queryable documents kind of thing. Snubble says, I would also like to leave the ops to the agents and dealing with security incidents and privacy breaches so I finally can get to write some code again. Yeah, I mean, the answer is yes. As far as you trust them to do it, you can give them instruction to be able to do that. And give them permissions to the systems that they need access to, and yes. Not Reg. Reg is awesome though, but I was thinking of, what is it called when an AI agent has access to run code? To run function calling. I mean, function calling is probably what I'm thinking of. I just thought that it had a fancy name. Yeah, but they're calling it function calling as well. So I think you found it. Okay. President Not Sure is saying, one tip I found useful: as part of an agent prompt, tell it to ask questions if something is unclear, etc. It will stop and ask you when something is ambiguous. Yeah, that's one thing that kept happening with the private GPT thing when I was following that tutorial, is it would just keep going and then it would get caught in this loop with itself and not actually get any code written, and it would just burn up all of the tokens, and oh gosh, it was bad. But since I have a local GPT currently that is decent, then I'm not worried about tokens. I'm just worried about burning out my video card. But yeah, Code Visual Studio blogs introducing Copilot edits. The new thing can do things like run tests, make sure it builds, etc. Only in TypeScript right now. Hi, Bob Ross. Welcome in. Rag is really cool. I trust anyone that takes over those tasks for me. Nice. Been working hard on the Demi website yesterday. So if you guys don't know, Bob Ross is working on his own pseudo language, programming language, and he's calling it Demi, and he's been sharing his progress with us in Discord. He has his own website for it. which if you feel like sharing on Friday, I'd be happy to go to it and show it off. Function calling by using plugins. Yep, that's the thing that I was talking about then. Why did the computer squeak? Because someone stepped on its mouse. President sure says, yeah, I got stuck in those loops too, and not so much lately. That's awesome though. That's a really good suggestion for that then. Just tell it to ask a question and wait for a response on occasion. One, wasting time and not producing any code. AI gets more and more human-like every day. So I'm going to show you what Claude made. I really don't have time to show this, but I'm going to show it anyway. Claude 3.7 I. CD repos. Oh, I won't be able to. I think I tried to run it, but because, oh, I'll just clone it. It'll be fine. Repos, local. So as you guys know, I have been playing around with a little bit Unity, making a synthwave scene. And I was like, okay, well, this will be a good test to see what Claude can do. And I told it that I wanted a synthwave scene that is inspired by games like Rad Racer or Cruisin' USA. And here's a couple of images for the inspiration. And it didn't get very close as far as the colors and stuff that it picked, but as far as functionality, oh, and it should be able to be used in the browser. I want to be able to push left to make the road curve left, push right to make the road curve right. It should be an endless driver because I want to use it on a stream, blah, 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 blah. So I gave it all of this information for what I wanted it to create. And what it came up with is just super impressive. It can keep iterating. I'm going to just tell it to iterate on this some more until it gets to a pretty fun point. So gotta wait for it to copy over though. I'll show it when it copies over. Okay, Claude really doesn't understand VT100, but Claude is really good at x86 assembler. Cool. Okay, so while I'm waiting for that to copy over, let's finish up the last bits of this. Actually, I think it is done. What I want to do is test it out. So added logic for SQL / identity cred sync. Okay, so to test this, again, I am going to go into the application I want to use it in and reference it directly, which means I need to get rid of the NuGet references. That was called Armit's identity. Armit's Blazer identity. Oh my gosh. Identity. What? I don't think I got as far on the chain of custody app thing that I think I got. Is this the wrong chain of custody version? Integrate S-track functionality. Because I'm not seeing for, oh yes I am. I'm not seeing, for example, the WinForms application. There it is. Okay, well, let's just see what happens if I do identity, add existing project. Dude, just skip. And we go up to arm get, Armit's identity. Source Blazor auth, and let's start with shared. What is up with that? Yeah, too far. There. Shared. Existing project. Bob Ross says, I've also migrated to doing all of my web development to GitHub code spaces. That's awesome. It's really handy using cloud computing. Absolutely. Access it from anywhere. Work on it wherever. Just need a browser. I use, it's not as helpful, but I use Jump Desktop to get access to my other computers. So even if I'm on like my tablet, for example, I still have full Windows operating system in the same environment that I normally develop on. It's pretty much like RDPing into it. Okay, then if we go to you and the app would have access to server, client would have access to client. Yeah, wait, what I didn't get is we did have access to wait a minute, what is this namespace? Armit's Blazor.Blazor auth. And Bob Ross is also saying, I'm using VS Code to connect through Remote Connect. However, it means I'm actually able to build a project. It's got like 40,000 node modules and 200 Rust dependencies. Jeez. Okay. I'm pretty sure these namespaces aren't what I'm using. It is what I'm using. Armit's Blazor.Blazor auth. I could have sworn I changed it to Armit's identity. Whatever. That should mean that our program.cs is good. We don't have to make too many changes, other than our options for Armit's identity should give us an error that we are missing a required. Except that that's not a really good way to do the required. In this case, because, oh, I guess we can just manage the code here now. You'll see that now I have multiple repos in the same solution, and it's going to give me the ability to update each one individually, which is cool. Extract context is not defined. Is that a build on... Yeah. Dang it. Can I tell you not to build? He thinks. And my computer just can't hack it anymore. President Not Sure said ouch to that. And then Bob Ross says, I really wish I could swap over from Windows to Linux, but I can't lose my video games. Just have a dev machine that is Linux, and your main system is your Windows machine that you already have. You could have both. D. CD here. CD synthwave. C. npm install. npm run dev. Cool, it actually ran. Okay, so this is what Claude came up with after just a few sessions. Why can't I control click on this? Aw, I wanted it to show up on screen when it loaded. So it chose to use Three.js, Vite with TypeScript, and pretty much just sketched out this entire scene. And then I was like, well, it's cool and all. There was a whole bunch that it was just getting not quite right. I added, or I told it to add this debug info thing because it kept logging everything to console and just making it super chatty. This control panel, just look at how this UI is sliding out and just super clean, super smooth. The other thing is, I was like, if I use this on a stream, and of course I want the thing to be interactive. Imagine instead of the lion up there, or maybe in this space when no one is doing the archery, the scene is just going the whole time. And you could use heat. So if you mouse over the stream right now on Twitch, you'll see a red dot. That's an extension called heat, and that will detect mouse clicks. So if you click on the left side, on the left arrow, then it will tell the car to move left. Of course, the road isn't doing what it's supposed to do yet. The parallaxing and all that stuff is weird, but it could be improved. So just imagine synthwave music to this all the time, or even the stream music, lo-fi beats, whatever. And we just have this kind of synthwave runner. This needs to be a neon grid. This needs to be a neon grid. The sun is insane. But then I was like, how far can we go? What if I told it I wanted to play with the time of day? And so, like, it's letting me change the time of day by using a slider. I told it to let me move the camera freely, like a third person, or like if the camera was a first person camera, but also be able to stay third person to the car. And so we look over here and we can see the sun rise. The shader that it made for this is just a little intense. I haven't told it to correct that yet or anything. And then I was like, change the different stuff. So I didn't create any of these assets. It generated the car with the little muffler that's spitting out exhaust, the road, the terrain on the left and the right, the cityscape, the mountains, the enhanced mountains, which is more like Rad Racer mountains, the terrain on the left and right. I already said that. And the little cactuses that fly by. There were a couple different versions of the sun. So this one is pretty much the same version of the sun, but set directly at the horizon. This one is a sun with circular bands. This is kind of a VHS effect, but it's more like a vignette than a VHS effect. Two different car models. The DeLorean is not lit yet, but you can see what it's supposed to do. It's like a transformer type car that switches from Ferrari to DeLorean. Right now they're just box templates. If I move the camera around, then I have a button to reset the camera. Screen turning is, let's say that I wanted you to be able to just click on the left side or right side without needing to click on the button itself. So like these buttons might be kind of small depending on where the screen itself is. Then you can just click on the left side of the screen and make it go left, or the right side of the screen and make it go right. Look at those wheels though. The wheels are not quite rotating the way they're supposed to rotate. They're rotating around the y-axis instead of the x-axis, which is kind of funny. But yeah, so you can see where this is going. But again, Claude took the wheel and wrote most of this code. And it's insane. I only made some tweaks here and there. I learned how to set up a Vite project. I learned how to do npm run and how to use Node. So I guess that was cool. Really good learning experience. And I also learned Three.js. Oh, that would be awesome. A running lion. That'd be cool. I mean, it's not really me that's taking the time to write the code, so may as well. Like, can you make a lion model and add that here essentially? So the vehicle could be Ferrari, DeLorean, lion. And in fact, instead of just a lion, just because it would match the aesthetic, we could do one of the Voltron, like the hand or the foot, one of the feet. That'd be awesome. Um, vehicle option. But I'm really, really going to stretch it, and I'm going to be like, hey, can you turn all of the work that you've done on this project into a Unity project? Because I know how to manipulate this stuff in Unity much easier than TypeScript and 3JS and all of that. Anyway, I thought it was cool. So that's what that is. The end. Oh, and that was the main reason that I turned, or I didn't want it to use the left and right, click on the left side of the screen, right side of the screen, as I originally thought I wanted, is because I kept wanting to set the focus to the screen, and I would click on the screen and essentially make the car do the animation. And I'm like, I don't want it to do the animation. The animation sucks. But yeah, it created this city skyline. It created stars. So if we're late enough at night, you could see stars in the sky. It created the mountains. It created all of the assets itself. The road segments, the road system for here's a whole bunch of segments that are moving towards the camera. When they get to this position, they reset their position to the far end so that the road segment is way out there. The thing that I'm really, really trying to get it to do is when you tell it to turn, instead of immediately turning, it should queue up a turn at the end. So the new segments that are getting moved from back here to up there are turn segments. Then the car doesn't move, it doesn't do the animation to make it look like it's also turning until those segments make it to the car. And it's like, I know how to think through this, I know how to structure it in my head, but I don't know how to execute it. So yeah, good time. And then of course deforming the terrain plane around the road as those new segments come. Or just have the road always sit on top of the terrain no matter what, and just have one big flat terrain. I don't know why it chose to do a left side and a right side of the road terrain. But anyway, cool stuff. I thought it was neat. Can recommend playing around with it. If you're doing a professional project, probably stay away from it. Like if you're trying to, you know. So ChatGPT turned my simple Blazor app into Angular and made it a lot prettier, says Dread Breadcrumb. That would be another thing that I would challenge Claude with is, here is a screenshot of my UI. Make improvements to it with these criteria. Because the thing that I could benefit from is a designer giving me some ideas of how to do design improvements on these applications would be nice. And of course, this is where all of the, and I'm okay with talking about this if this is something that you are wanting to bring up. I don't want to shut you down from voicing concerns or your opinions on this. I usually wait for Fridays to talk about this, but this is where the ethical uses of AI comes into play. It's like, am I utilizing AI's designer type of stuff to redesign an application as opposed to going out and paying someone to do it? And for me, the answer is I would leave my applications looking the way they look currently, as opposed to going out and paying someone to redesign them and make them better. And then I would spend some time trying to redesign and make them better myself, but I wouldn't ever make the decision to pay a designer to improve the look and feel of the applications. Users are happy with the way they look and feel. I would like to improve them myself. So, am I okay with using AI to do the UI improvements? Yes, because I'm not robbing anyone of money from my point of view. From your point of view, could be that I am. Rich9K is saying there's an Angular template in Visual Studio. No worries. No worries at all. Always welcome to chime in via chat to other chats. Oh, there it is. In 35 days, Twitch Legacy Pub Sub is going to get retired, which means we will no longer be able to use the archery command unless I update it. Not command, redemption, unless I change the use of pub sub. Maybe TwitchLib has already done that, so I need to read TwitchLib's documentation to see if they've already updated. Hello, little lion. Are you gonna chew? Are we still waiting on automated realms to respond? Is that what's going on? First automated realms generated message of the day. And it looks like no. Shouldn't have started this. Hey, Thyrovius, what happened to automated realms? You know what? I know what happened. I started automated realms, but I didn't actually load the model. So we need to wait for it to time out for now. Thyrovius. Lord. I don't think it's gonna... It did. Okay, so now let's ask again. Are you still crashed? Is that what's going on? No, the thing that's crashed now is the bot, because it doesn't know how to safely, or not safely, elegantly crash when the LLM returns an error. Great times. I love this. This is the best ever. All right, while we're waiting, we get 2 jokes for the price of none. Other bot says, what do you call a cow with no legs? Ground beef. That's just rude and mean. Best bot says, what do you call a crowd of chess players bragging about their wins in a hotel lobby? Chestnuts boasting in an open foyer. It was a little better, but like I said, isn't it kind of odd that the dad jokes that we get from both bots are typically related somehow? They're like in the same vein. In this one, they were both what do you call jokes? What do you call jokes? Not funny. All ripped from Reddit. I guess. I don't know where they come from, but if you say so. I'm not musing on that. Okay, I'm gonna refresh the bot window because it's probably still crashed. That's not how you do it. You push this button. Jigsaw says, I know I get them from I Can Has dad joke, but I've got no idea where SiriBot gets them. Thank goodness my tablet's far enough away, I hope. No. Man, I'm not even worried about it. No bot. Wait, then why didn't the archery command work? And don't speak for me. All right, that's going to happen for the rest of the stream. I hope you enjoy. Okay, we're gonna get to a point where we can test this. The thing that I was looking at was that in our model, in our options, I wanted the user to explicitly specify the minimum roles, which is a non-nullable string. However, I did not make it truly required because I don't know if that's going to break my extension or not. Right, because I would need some kind of default set in order to make that required. So like I would need to specify minimum roles as, let's say, a new string array or a new collection of string, and it'll pick the best thing to use to initialize that. But what I'm expecting is that here it would tell me that I need to do options.minimum roles, but that's not the case. So we don't need to mark that as required. Options.minimum roles equals a new collection of string from chain of custody role prefix pipe user. So the person logging into this app must at minimum be in the user role for this application. And we're going to remove permissions from one of my accounts from this application and test it out. However, if you can't tell, I'm doing the pee-pee dance. So I'm going to be right back. Oh dear. What kind of shenanigans are you getting up to? Oh gosh. What are you doing? Uh, even I'm not even gonna fix it. I'm just gonna let it go. We could just do the reset. What is it called? Clear messages command. You have access to do it if you feel like it, but I'm just gonna let it go. Oh, it's so nice staying hydrated. Yeah. Do your thing. Do your thing, automated rooms. Okay. Joy, 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 joy. Join us. Join us. Join us. Do we... Does it run? Let's just do that. Does it run? No, because you cannot use the class libraries or startup application. Well, maybe if you had the right startup app. I guess I may as well validate the user secrets since I did have to change my passwords at one time. I don't even have user secrets on this machine for this app. Jiminy Christmas. Oh dear, here's a dad joke. Why don't scientists trust atoms? Because they're always making up new elements. And then I laughed and told it that it's a good one, apparently. I'm tired of that joke, automated realms. Come up with something better. Chain of custody. RMA, chain of custody, laser. And you will notice that I am constantly saying chain of custody instead of the acronym on purpose. Come up with something better and more lionish. Why do lions always wear sunglasses? They never want to be seen in the lion light. This is one of the classic LLM jokes. I suppose it's a bit funny and also safe. Yeah, I know what it was trying to say. It just... Yeah, what President Not Sure said. Many groans. Okay, let's see if I can manage to do this without pasting it somewhere that you guys can see. Okay, are you updated? You are not updated. You have that password. Stop reading my password off of my glasses reflection, dang it. Just quit it. Just don't. You're not going to be able to access the server anyway. Your IP address is banned. Stop it. Okay, secrets are closed there. Secrets are closed there, right? No secrets showing? No secrets showing. I'll have 5. Oh my god. My goodness. So Dickasoft asked Automated Realms, what am I pasting? And Automated Realms is like, one line is pasting a screenshot of their code. Oh, I see. I'm just showing off my latest progress. I mean, it's kind of close to what I was pasting. Not quite, though. Tell us a secret about One Line. One Lion's secret is that they have a collection of over 2,000 different types of socks. Here's one of them. Here's one of them. My feetses are frozen down here, okay? So I wear booties all day. Get dukes off. But where's the other of your 4,000 individual socks? They're in the distance. You just have to look farther. That's right. I said farther and not further. User management, please. We need to revoke my access to this application. Snubble says, ChatGPT told me this joke. Why did the sun go to the midsummer party? Because it couldn't bear to miss a single second. I didn't get it, so I asked for an explanation. Our RMA chain of custody user removed and saved. Okay, so that should update my permissions. It doesn't know my password for this IP, for this port. And there it is. Your account does not have access to this application. If you would like to request access, please contact the help desk. This probably should be a warning color and not green, but whatever. Who cares? Who cares? I don't. Do you? Nope. And if I gave myself permission, if I gave myself the user role, and I tried again, then this time it looks like it's doing something, and we are logged in. So it absolutely does work. Now, if I check, oh yeah, the other issue is that I have a user already. Yes. I already have a user for SQL login, is what I'm trying to say. And then Snubble said, after asking for the explanation, I got a full page of explanation and it ended with, the humor comes from treating the sun as if it were a party-loving guest. Smiley faces. So my conclusion is, says Snubble, LLM won't replace stand-up comedy. So that's what I think we do in the future. Nice. I love it. What's your President not sure? What is your What is this? Where did this come from? What are you? What is this button? Debug panel. Reload. I have a reload button. Oh, the joke for that from the LLM. I hear it now. I hear it now. Okay. The other thing that I need to test is to make sure that my SQL login still works, because it would have gone the route of update the SQL password. So I need to open SQL Server Management Studio. Here I go. I feel so short up here. Oh my gosh. It's so weird. I can't open SQL Server Management Studio because the angle of this shot down to the street and me standing straight up makes it kind of feel like I'm squashed. I don't know. Perspective, you know? It's very weird. Wait, why did you stop answering for me? I mean, saying messages tagged with my name. One Lion super secret stuff is that they have a collection of over 2,000 different types of stuff. Okay, here we go. Other super secret stuff is that they can solve a Rubik's Cube in under 30 seconds. Wow, that's impressive, but I can't solve a Rubik's Cube at all. Actually, that is what I was about to say. So the answer is that if it did properly, and I'm gonna put a breakpoint, but if it did properly update, this is gonna be very dangerous putting a breakpoint. I'm gonna do this with the super secret screen on. Point is, if it did properly put a breakpoint on, not put a breakpoint, if it did, do you know what I'm trying to say? If it did properly update my SQL login's password, then it did not break my existing SQL login. Do you imagine inspecting input.password while I'm on the screen? Something I would do. Yeah, we were using no docs at the beginning of the stream on accident, but it was a good chance to show how it works. Okay, so I'm just performing the same login action with the debugger attached and a debug put on the update or create SQL login method. I hope that was the right password. Enter. Oh, duh. Duh. Okay. So, before I go too far, stop the stream. No. Switch to desktop. So there was something else that I forgot to set. I had the breakpoint here, and guess what? It did not. Secret sauce. What is up with you in socks right now? Automated wrong. Jeez. Drop the socks. Oh my god. And quit giving away my password. Now I have to change it again. Oh. Anyway, I forgot to set this, is what I'm trying to say. Program.cs. I forgot to set options dot pasta tra save. So I never hit the breakpoint that I set because it never did the logic for it. Question is, I'm doing this on server only. When this runs in WASM, I need to make sure that I configure my authentication there too. No, I don't, because that portion of the authentication stuff only happens on the server. So never mind. Just kidding. Just kidding. What's up with this? Hello, McNuts. You've caught me at a time when I am asking myself, what am I doing? Why am I even? What is the point? I'm kidding. I hope you're having a great Monday so far. I'm having fun. Automated Realms is being very special today. Let me log out of the server. Okay, so here we go again. And I did my login with my username and password, and it still didn't hit the breakpoint. Why didn't you hit the breakpoint? Let me put a breakpoint on login.razor Because it's not using login.razor, is it? I don't think I swapped it out to use the correct authentication page. This is just, I don't know. Welcome to the stream of socks, says Dukasoft. But yeah, how is your day going? If you feel like mentioning how your day is going, definitely no requirement. Stop the app, come back to desktop. Okay, so here's what is potentially happening when I am... Yeah, super secret stuff. What is that? Lemon grab. What is it trying to do? Anyway, you know what we always say on this stream? When life doesn't give you enough lemons, go and find your own. That seems to be what I'm doing right now. He was a mad king from that cartoon Adventure Time. Oh, I don't know Adventure Time. I don't know very many things that most pop culture people do. Okay, we don't need this inject anymore. So I didn't hit this breakpoint here, and I was expecting to. So my assumption is that in the application, we are not pointing the login page. Like, where would my login page be? Yeah, I don't have a custom login page anywhere else. And I'm pretty sure that the way that I'm getting the login page to look the way it has before is by overwriting it. The only place that the login page now exists is in this external identity library. So, and what's your route? Account/login. So if we run the application, we should see when we're not logged in, we should see the route is account/login. Okay. So here's what we're gonna try then. I'm gonna run it with the debugger attached, but I'm not gonna use my real password because I just know I'm gonna fail somewhere and reveal it. Here's a joke about Dukasoft. Why did the sun go to the midsummer part? Because compared to Mrs. It just repeated the joke that Snobble said GPT told him. Hello, Darun. How's your day going? How's that about Dukasoft? Dukasoft is a skilled coder who can solve problems with ease. They also have a collection over 2,000 different... This is what you would call a running gag. And I just thought of a terrible dad joke. It has to do with socks and stuffing it in people's mouths and what do you call a sock that... Bad password. Learning JavaScript still so fairly stressful. What about you? How's the vibes today? The vibes are all over the place. Fun and also just weird. Just weird. My bot, the LLM that my bot uses is stuck on socks. Like earlier it was trying to post messages from me that it was responding to itself. And then Dukasoft asked it, what's my biggest secret? And it said, my biggest secret I mean, their biggest secret is that they have a collection of over 2,000 pairs of socks. And then it hasn't dropped the socks since then. Password check failed. Okay, so the thing that I really did here, wanted to check here, is that we are hitting this breakpoint. So what's going on? When I put my correct password, I'm still not going to do it on screen. When I put my correct password, I do hit the breakpoint for the cancellation token. We make it through finding the user. We make it through the password check, and we do have the options set for sync SQL to identity credentials. And if I step into that, oh my gosh. Here's one that Scott didn't catch, and I'm not expecting you to have, by the way. I inverted yet another if. Oh my goodness. Okay, so I'm going to try this again. I'm going to log in using my correct password. And hey, what do you know? I hit the breakpoint for doing the update. And so now I'm stepping through it, checking to see if it found me. And it did. Oh dear. Oh gosh. Oh my goodness, automated rooms. What even? So right now it's at the point where it's trying to update my SQL login, and that gave me an exception. There's an open data reader associated with this command that must be closed first. Okay. So back to the desktop screen. Automated rooms is just being hilarious. When we close the command and create a new. What do you say? You gonna do it for me, ChatGPT? Because I'm not gonna make it. Our new login command. Okay, so hopefully this will close everything out the way that I want it to. Var has rows, and then we will no. And then we'll close out SQL Reader up here. And we'll check that variable here. And it's following my lead. I'm sure that Copilot is choosing to put the negative first because it's what I've been doing up until this point, and I really intended to put the positive first. So don't invert if statements all over the place. But anyway, if it doesn't have rows, we're going to Create a new user. Otherwise, we're going to update. Okay, are we good? Are we good now? All right, I'm gonna run it again. And this time, hopefully I don't run into any more exceptions. Okay, tell us a joke that sucks. Why did the banana go to the party? To make us split. Good joke, but try. It's not a good joke. Don't encourage it. Those are not good jokes. Why did the banana go to the party? To meet Mr. Splitfoot. Because, you know, bananas and split go together and humans find that funny. President Usher is just like, what? The banana went to the party to meet Mr. Splitfoot, but they didn't know that Mr. Splitfoot was actually a banana himself. They both had a great time and now they're inseparable. Because now we're playing off of Banana Split, except that they're together. Oh my gosh, Animated Realms is so clever. Any exceptions this time? Yes, another exception. Connection string treatment plant connection. What are you trying to add? What are you? Why? We're not using the treatment plants connection. Update, execute, update or create user. Okay. I'm gonna be brave because maybe someone else's eyes can see this. I'm starting to get a little loopy. Oh. Okay. So, here we go. But suddenly, Splitfoot went all brown. Yes, Mr. Splitfoot eventually went brown, but they both still remained friends. Okay, please don't look if I accidentally mouse over the password. We have our SQL connection. SQL client opens. We're able to do select new from where. We do the query and has rows is true. And if I inspect this, which we can do, we will see that the value that it found is my username as the SQL login. So since it has rows, we alter login and update the password. And here's where it's going to execute. When it executes, it gives me that the connection string treatment plant connection is not found. Why does that matter when we're using SQL client? Other than it's probably trying to load the application. It's trying to load the application. The actual main part of the application, and there's something in there that is using, but nothing is, yes, it is. The thing that's using the treatment plant's context is what is using the treatment plant's context? I don't know anything that's using the treatment plant's context. Nothing. Nothing in the application is using it, which is probably why it doesn't exist. So let's just delete it and see what happens, shall we? Oh my gosh, my brains. I think it's just tell automated realms to clear messages. But I think it's specifically just clear messages. I don't think that would have reset his context unless it's only the words clear messages. I'm going to be really careful here too, Dukasoft, because back on the screen where my password could potentially be shown. Automated realms. Clear messages. Oh gosh, no. No, you did not. Okay, now you did. And if I ask you, what do you know about brown? No, that did not clear the messages. Clear history? Yeah, my mind is a clean slate is the message. Are you being punny, President? Not sure. Are you being punny? Are you being punny? Because that was pretty punny. What do you know about brown? Brown is the color of a bear, and it's called brown bear. Okay, so now you know, Dukasoft, it's clear history. I mean, it's still funny, but I don't want to go any further. I'm trying to be like automated realms. I mean, he changed color, so it's technically off color. But yours was actually witty. Automated realms is just baffling. You don't want to step on brown poop, is what I said. Okay, so we're executing, and it looks like it worked this time. Yay! Okay, no, it didn't. There is incorrect syntax near dot. Okay, so what that's telling me is that the SQL command that it's using has a dot in there that it should not be using. Alter login user dot name. Oh. What if the username has a period in it? It should not be treated as a multi-part selector. Ooh, okay. Okay, you can tell them about Fluffy. I'll allow it. And in fact, my wife's sister used to play Final Fantasy VII. Well, the story here is about when she was playing Final Fantasy VII. She referred to Ifrit or Ifrit, however you feel like pronouncing it, as Fluffy every time he would be summoned. That's funny. Okay, point is, this is going to work this time. I'm going to remove the breakpoints. because we're getting the exception on screen, so it's fine. Okay, so I know that I'm looking tired, but I'm going to give myself a reaching into the energy well boost. And also, I am still planning on doing a music stream after this one. Hopefully I remember to push the start streaming button instead of start recording. And I will drink more water. And there we go. We made it all the way through the alter login process. So now I'm going to try to sign into SQL Server using that account. And it worked. The other thing that I'm going to do is check to see if that account has explicit permissions on it, explicit server roles and user mappings. If it doesn't, then I'm just going to delete the login. Dang it, it does. It has a lot of explicit user roles. I need to create a new user somehow with an email address that doesn't exist as a server, as a SQL login. What about one lion? Oops. Drink water. Hopefully I did. I kind of remember drinking water because of that command. I just keep drinking water no matter what. I love water. Water is taste. Water is good. Here's more. Here's more. If I look in security logins, one lion does not have a user account. Yes, absolutely no cooldown. I guess when I run out of water, that would be the cooldown. Drink water. So if we log in as one lion, drink water, then we should get a new SQL login. I look down. Can you put numbers after so that I can know whether you posted a new one? I don't want to shortchange you. Okay, that works. Okay, invalid login attempt because this user does not have X. Wait, because that's the wrong password. Maybe this is the password for this one? Drink a coffee. I might have a drop left. I did get a third cup of coffee today. I've been really good and choosing tea instead of coffee if I ever feel like having a third cup, but it was so cold. Got it. Okay, that looks like it failed. What email address is this associated with? Okay, let's give you user permissions with access to and R or RM, one of them. Okay, so it definitely has user permissions. It's the wrong password. Um, what other password could it be? I don't know what the password is for this account, dagnabbit. Maybe it's because I am checking for valid email. I don't remember checking for valid email domain on login, though. If you have a valid account, that's what really matters. There it is again. So instead of Secret Socks, is now Secret Dragon. You are not very original, are you, Automated Prompts? I think it's because I set its temperature so high. When you set the temperature high, that's when it's more predictable for the response, I think. I don't remember. Error. Error processing your request. Jeepers. That account is disabled. Be able to fix that. Okay, how about now? Habanero. There we go. All right. And I should be getting an email in 3, 2. How does email work? Like that, I could predict that I needed to stop the conversation. Yeah, I wanted to make sure that it adheres to the instructions that I gave it, which is to always be respectful and courteous. Even though it's so mean to Big Gamey. Like, I don't understand how he is the exception to that. Junk mail? I wonder if I turned off emails on the test server. I don't think it can email when it's on the test server. Huh. What am I to do? What am I to do? Do I have another email address I can use? So many places to look. Which screen do I look at? I'm so confused right now. Okay, you are enabled. So how could this password be wrong? Ever heard of Papercut for email testing? It's been a while since I used it. No, I haven't heard of it. What email addresses have I used? Yeah, I've already used that email address. Dag nabbit. What's the worst that could happen, I guess? I'm gonna delete my login, my non-server admin account from SQL Server. I'm pretty sure the only permissions that matter are the S-track ones if I wanted to test it out. This is like I'm going way off the rails for where I thought I would be going. Screenshot. 1. Screenshot. 2. Okay, do any of these other databases need to be tracked? Where's the geo database? That's fine. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the only database that I would need to have manual permissions set for. I thought this was going to be, you know, fun. Joke's on me. Step 1. Here's what I'm going to do first. I'm going to change my password for that account. I'm going to change my password for that account first. Then we're going to see, then I'm going to log into it, obviously. Then we're going to see if the alter password works. Like, this is one of those situations where I'm sure writing tests in a test library would be good for. It's just, how would I mock the identity store, access to the server itself? Yeah, I don't know. Probably in-memory DB, but I don't know if you can do logins for in-memory DB. But let's try changing my password to, let's just do this one for now. Okay. Password changed successfully. Let me log into SQL Server for that account using that password. And instead, what I'm going to do is change the username, and then it'll create the new user. Okay, perfect. And then I don't have to delete the user at all. All right. I'll take a look at that in an hour. No, in a second. Tigasoft. It does sound like something that'll be helpful. Hello, Big Gamey. All right, so here's my login attempt using the new password. Oh, wait. This should fail. Let's start there. This should fail because this is my SQL password only. Yes, it did fail. Using my actual application password should be successful, and not only should it be successful, but it should have reset. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. It should have reset my password for SQL login. Did I just miss a ton of chat? Hopefully not. I just want to get through this, and I promise I'll pay attention to chat after I get through this. If I try to log in using the same password, login failed. If I try logging in using the application password, it's successful. So alter password does work the way we expect. And now the next thing that I want to do is change my username. I think yeah, you already got it. The cooldown for the shout out for Big Gamey has already reset, so we got a shout out not too long ago. If you're not already following Big Gamey, he is an amazing and wonderful human being, for one. For two, great game developer, fun times over on his stream. He is just wonderful people. Definitely check him out. He's working on 2 games on Monday, Wednesday, Friday. He's working on a Katamari Damacy style game. It's called Rescue Ball, and great fun times. And then on the weekends, he's working on a Paperboy clone on Saturdays. It sounds like a re-envisioned Paperboy as a 3D game is kind of what it sounded like when you were talking about it earlier. ASP.NET users, edit top 200 rows, find my U, put a 1 at the end, 1 at the end. Okay, so now I should be able to log in using this username, and there currently is not a user in the database for this username. So when I log in, it should create that login on SQL, give me the JavaScript error for update toggle, one of the things that we're going to fix. I'm not going to save that one because we're getting rid of it. But if I look over on SQL Server and I refresh, I see that the user Humberto Cruz 1 has been created, and if I try to log into the server using that, using the password, it logs in. So everything is functioning the way that I expected it to. That's awesome. I'm happy about that. Okay, so back to chat. I said I would pay attention. Yes, absolutely. Actually, I want to make sure that I undo the change to my username real quick. Undo that. Get rid of the user login with the 1. I knew it was coming, but I didn't know when. Oh my gosh. Yes, just do it. Just do it. Drop failed. No, whatever. I'll drop later. Okay. Yeah, I can look at it off stream. Cool. But yeah, so there is a way to test email clients, it seems like. And it is called Papercut. Cool. Okay. So Big Gamey achieved maximum score by hitting the bullseye on the target. This has never been seen before. Even Automated Realms was impressed. Automated Realms responds with, "Wow, that's impressive. Congratulations on the maximum score, Big Gamey. It's a rare feat indeed." Oh, and then Big Gamey said, "I love that you remember what I do." And then played, yeah. So profiles are created automatically if they don't exist. If so, what happens if someone mistypes their user ID? They get another profile. Okay, so the way that this one works, BitGamey, is we wrote the logic for the login form to first find the user in the database. If the user doesn't exist, so there's 2 different things at play here. There's the ASP.NET Core identity tables, which is an identity store that's used by ASP.NET applications. Using Microsoft Identity, and the other one is SQL Login. And we only have one application left that still uses SQL Login. Yeah, And so what has been happening is as we get new users, I've been needing to contact them directly and we have to finagle this. They download SQL Server Management Studio and I have them, like I create a user for them, create a temporary password for them. They log in using SQL Server Management Studio. They get a prompt to reset their password. They reset their password. Sometimes it doesn't work. If I wanted to use that though, then I must have enforced password policy turned on and enforced password expiration. Problem is, yeah, exactly. Problem is I don't want to turn on the enforced password expiration for these users. So what we end up doing is they install SQL Server Management Studio, log in using my temporary password. I give that user login temporary permission to alter login, and then have them right click and reset password there. I don't like doing that. I don't like that they're logging in using SQL login at all. We're almost getting rid of that application, but since it's still there and we have 2 new users, I didn't want to have to go through this process with them. So what did I do instead? I set it up so that their login that they've already created using another application will now create their SQL login that I can then give the permissions to that they need in order to access that other application. And all they would have to do is log into this application. So number one, it finds them in that ASP.NET identity table. If it finds them, test that they are using the right password. If they are using the right password, check to see if they have a SQL login. If they don't, create one with the password they just tried to use. If they do, update their SQL password with the one that they use for the applications. So everything is in sync from that point on. Yeah. And we just finished that. I'm confident that it's going to work the way that we're expecting it to. That said, we can get rid of the direct project reference. And we're going to finish out the auth client stuff. Oh, and yes, I did know about the archery being broken. I don't know why it's broken. I was sure that I went to the archery bot and refreshed it after restarting the bot not too long ago. But it just it just didn't. And Automated Realms was being very, very weird about it. So yeah, I think the bot's just going to be broke. I mean the archery game. Okay, I don't remember what change we actually made to this. Oh, I inverted the if because I had it wrong. Oh, no. And then we also had to make those changes. Okay. So that the SQL command wouldn't conflict with the previous SQL command. And the other thing that I just noticed is that we're starting a SQL client, we're doing a SQL command, but we are not disposing of it properly. So let me make sure. Are you disposable? Do you implement iDisposable? iClonable? That means I might have to manually close this, otherwise there's going to be a whole bunch of SQL connections that are just sitting out there. Oh, there's a close async with no cancellation token. Automated Realms, please fix the archery game. Sure thing, I'll get right on it. While you're at it, please fix your socks collection. Oh dear, no. Okay, I'll take care of that as well. My apologies for the inconvenience. Which socks do you like wearing? I prefer the ones with 2,000 socks. What is up with this 2,000 socks number? So earlier, Vic Gamey, Dukasoft asked Automated Realms what my biggest secret is, and it was like his biggest secret is that he has a sock collection of over 2,000 pairs of socks or something like that. And then it just kept sticking to using socks in every single message that it responded with after that. It's like, what? And so now, for whatever reason, we've reset chat. It didn't have context of the socks conversation at all. And it's still stuck on this 2000 number. It's so odd. So odd. We're closing the client. We need to also close the commands, do we? SQL command, are you iDisposable? You're iClonable as well. I'm pretty sure the command closes once we close reader. Is it SQL .NET SQL command? Does SQL command, is there a close on it? No, there is no close. Is there a dispose? Yeah, okay. Does SQL command dispose when SQL client is disposed? That room with sock. Oh, so do you have a sock room instead of a sock drawer? That room with sock. Any dad jokes about socks? Why don't socks ever get invited to parties? They always end up in the laundry. I'm not even going to finish that. Oh, it's using connection equals new SQL connection. So the connection itself, didn't I check that though? Isn't that the first thing that I checked? SQL connection, are you disposable? That's so weird. So allegedly, we can, using SQL connection, and that'll take care of our cleanup for us. It'll do the dispose for all of the open commands, all of the open readers, and close the SQL client and dispose it. It's a bit of a stretch, but still a dad joke. Oh man. Okay, so I think we're good to go with this change. Let's commit and push. We're gonna do the PR for this. Let it build. I remember bumping the version number up front. We're gonna let it build. And the problem is, now that I say that, the problem is that when I was looking in here and I was removing the NuGet reference to the Armits Blazor auth, is what I ended up calling it. What would I call it then? I saw that there was a version 8.06, 8.0.6, which is what we just bumped the version number to. Oh, come on. Just do the thing. While I'm waiting for that, though, we may as well just manually look for it, which is what I'm trying to do, but I can't brain right now. Help. Okay, Armit's identity. Artifacts. Blazor auth. 8.0.5. So I don't know where it got 8.0.6 from as a version that we could have updated to, except that we did manually reference the project, and when we build it, it generates the NuGet package, but I didn't think it used the current project as a NuGet feed. So that's very odd. Very odd, if you ask me. Okay, so we're going to PR. Create a pull request on the branch that we just updated, and we synchronize SQL login with identity login. Sure. 556. Create. You guys did the review for me. You're amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you for approving it, completing it. I'll go ahead and delete and close the issue. Great job. Great job, everyone. Way to teamwork. I'm gonna go to main, get the latest, delete local. Okay, we are done with that. What that's going to do then is it's going to kick off the build pipeline. Once the build pipeline is complete, it'll kick off the release pipeline. The release pipeline will release the test version. I think this one is configured correctly to release the test version, which will have a -beta at the end of the version number. And that way I could, if I wanted to make sure that it worked correctly, I could then use pre-release. Why don't you just find it? I could include pre-release and find the -beta version of it. And in doing that, then I would test out all of the functionality, exactly all of the same stuff that I just tested out in dev. I would do that again with the test server. And then once I know that that's working the way that it should, and I'm ready to publish the release of this application, I would actually no, I would do the approve to allow it to create the NuGet package, the official release of the NuGet package. Then I would do all of the updates and stuff that I needed to this, and finally do a PR for this branch. And it wouldn't even be this branch. I actually do need to go to main to create a new branch. Define new branch. And oh, you know what? This is actually still part of the same task. Dang it. It's going to be hard to see it. Recently completed. Okay. Reopen. 556. Sync SQL and ASP.NET identity. That's what I'm calling it this time. You can at me. It's fine. Teamwork makes a dream. Something. Yes. Nailed it. We don't need treatment plants anymore. So what's wrong with you? Why aren't you finding my NuGet packages? Okay. But that is all that I'm going to do with that. I'm going to publish that the next time that they log into the RMA chain of custody application. I'm going to see their SQL login, give that the correct roles and permissions. What I would like to do instead is update the user management application to also update the roles in SQL Server to match the roles and stuff that I'm giving them through the application management application, user management application. However, I'm too lazy for that. This is the only application that's going to use it, and we're getting rid of the actual need for it once we convert the application over. But I mean, that really only took us 3 hours, 4 hours. That took us a lot longer than I expected, but still. It is done and it's usable. And that's more than I could ask for. Actually, no, it's not. Did you build? Did you release? Yeah, it did. Okay, so we tested it. We made sure everything works. I'm approving the official release, and hopefully this thing is going to let us see it in our NuGet package source. And it's called Armits Blazor Auth. No packages found. Are you sure? It's right here, you piece of mother. Okay. So we're doing server on the server, client on the client. And that should be it. Okay, so we're good. We got a story from Automated Realms, but I'm going to read it on this scene because we are at the end of the stream. Dukasoft asked Automated Realms to tell us a story about socks and teamwork. Automated Realms says, once upon a time... Wait, what's the Jesse voice? Once upon a time, there was a pair of socks who worked together to make their way through the laundry. They faced many challenges, but they always managed to find a way to overcome them, and so they became known as the Socketeers. The end. I can't do the Jesse voice. I tried though, just for you. But that is it for the stream. I am done with my workday, so I'm going to do my time card. I usually have been I have been trying to end my stream like 15 minutes before the end of my workday so I could do my time card on time, and because the way that I do it was recommended by NerdHerder, which I am still doing. Just so you know, NerdHerder is I am tracking to the minute the time that I spent, and I am pushing stop, or when I submit the work that I did for the day to my to FreshBooks. You know how the timekeeping works in FreshBooks. That it just logs the time as is, and then at the end of the time period, or at the end of the is that what it's called, time period? At the end of our 2-week time period, I round to the nearest 15 minutes because they said round up to the 15-minute mark. They said they only track to the nearest 15 minutes. So anyway, that's what I'm doing. So that's done. I'm going to do my time, take a really quick break, and then start the music stream. But, and this is a big but, we will go ahead and rate out to another developer. I first try to look for .NET developers that I follow. There aren't that many .NET developers that I follow. Application developers, I mean. I follow a lot of game developers because I really enjoy watching game development. Yeah. But what is Mayhabe doing? Learning Minecraft. Why? Just do software development on a software development stream. Oh, good. Watching my stream then. Not much game dev there. Plenty of Lee songs, though. Your streams are amazing, though. I love watching Bit Gamey. The end. The end. And they lived happily ever after. Did you expect the Lee song? Anyway, point is, even Sedlix is doing Minecraft. Or Vintage Story, sorry, which is, you know the story behind Vintage Story better than I do. I just heard what he said. So we're gonna go to, unless you have a recommendation. That would be, oh no. I'll watch that on my own time. I don't want to see myself. Goodness. We'll see it on Big Gamey stream. I'm sure of it. But yeah, I'm gonna go for now. What I'm trying to get at is we're rating out. Mad Chirpy is doing some game dev. I don't know Mad Chirpy, so let's raid Mad Chirpy. Let me get on their channel first so that I can be prepared. But I will also be starting my music stream after the short break. Wait. Shout out. Dukasoft. I beat you to it. Okay, shout out to Dukasoft, who will start streaming again eventually. He does drone footage streaming with chill vibes on his stream, good music, good conversation. Yes. Mine was doing laundry on their stream. Was I? Was I? We were just talking about my sock collection and my secret pet dragon named Fluffy. So I'm going to raid Mad Chirpy. I need to turn them up. Their channel is marked as being intended for mature audiences. So one, if you aren't a mature audience, then please drop off the raid. Two, if you don't appreciate language or whatever it is that he does that is mature audiences oriented, then also drop off. Love your streams. Your streams are amazing. How many monitors does it take to fix a bug? Good question. I don't know. But yeah, music stream in 15 to 20 minutes after I do my time card. And yeah, that's it for me for now. Ciao. Doesn't it actually look like I'm waving though? It's crazy. It looks so real.